Okay, it seems like I'm transmitting right now. I will check in YouTube and Twitch. Twitch looks good. That's what it looks like. I don't know about the sound, but it does. It Twitch looks good. Mention moderators can support your channel even more ways. These users have the same. Okay. Okay. So basically, what I have done so far is to create the infrastructure using the CloudFormation template that they provide. This workshop is intended to be completed following like special credentials, so you don't have to use your own AWS account. But as I don't have those credentials, because I guess that those workshops are being placed in events like the AWS reInvent, any other events like summits or other AWS events, I guess, or private workshops for the partners that they do to the clients. But so what I'm doing here is to follow the workshop with my own account, as I have some AWS credits. I will use them with this workshop. Actually, there are other workshops here. I was looking specifically for SageMaker. So this is I would like to follow by the level of difficulty. So this is 200, then I will follow the 300, and then this 400. So the SageMaker Data Wrangler and low code, no code for data analysis scientists. So yeah, I'm following this one, the mastering LLM evaluation. I already created the infrastructure, configure, model access. If you are running the workshop event, the account will be provisioned for you, so you can get started. So this can take some time. So just for you to know, this is not like I already did this workshop, and I'm like showing you how to do that perfectly. No, basically I'm following this workshop, and I'm solving and completing it as it goes. So it's very likely that I will find some issues. For example, if I have to request permissions for a specific model, if that takes time, there is no other way but to request the permission and wait for the service or the model or the resource to be available. Meanwhile, I can do other things, but if it's out of my capability, so I will follow it as long as I can. So first I have to go to Bedrock, go to the model access, is the request access for some models. Let's do it. So I'm working. This is the root account. This is the newly created user only for this workshop. As I mentioned before, I created the resources that involve SageMaker, also some Lambda functions. What else? VPCs or all the network configurations, subnets, route tables, internet gateway. What else? IAM roles, TMS keys. All of that was created by the CloudFormation template that they provide. So, Bedrock. Models, the left, model catalog, specifically Titan embeddings, base models, enable specific model access. What is Titan embeddings? Titan text, multimodal, or this one. They have similar names, let's use specifically the name. Opening background, pricing usage, view model pricing details in the favorite view. Okay, so configure and setting model access. Here, better configuration. This is the interface change. Model catalog. Model invoking login. The thing is here, I search for a specific model. Pricing, usage, code samples, opening playground. Now I don't know, maybe I have to be the root user. No, I don't think so. Test, bedrock. Enable models. Access model, foundational models, simplify access. How to enable foundational models. It's very likely that this instruction.
Niño, ya tengo el karaoke listo para la novena, para que vengan todos.
Want to build powerful AI apps without dealing with the hassle of infrastructure?
Bedrock started. Choice one of foundation models for startups. Bedrock. So here in the configuration, then you will look for the model, base model, but that interface is different. It's not the same that the one that I'm using. Here in model access, has been retired. Serverless foundation models are now automatically enabled across AWS commercial regions when first invoked in your account, so you can start using them instantly. You no longer need to manually activate model access through this page. You know that for the Anthropic models, some first-time user may need to submit use case details before they can access the model. For serverless models, server from AWS Market, just must invoke the tab. Okay, so perfect. Let's bypass that. Assume that it should be working, so we don't have to enable anything. That's the thing with AI, that is running so fast that, for example, the CLI, the AI agent for the CLI, initially it was called in AWS, it was called Code Whisper. Then it was renamed or rebranded to Q, AWS Q CLI. And now it's called Keto CLI. Also, you can see with this example that this is a tutorial that it shouldn't have, I don't know, 1 year, maximum 2 years, and the interface is different. It's good to have this evolution, but yeah, it's a problem that it's going so fast that there is no consistency. So that's an issue. I think that's a problem. So we don't have to request for model access. Amazon SageMaker is a web-based integrated development environment for machine learning that lets you build, train, debug, deploy, and monitor your machine learning models. A studio provides all the tools that you need. Okay, so what I have seen so far, I might be wrong, but what I have seen so far is that Amazon SageMaker, that's another thing that we have a studio, we also have AI, something else. They're constantly rebranding the product or the service. For example, say if I look here for SageMaker, there is SageMaker and SageMaker AI. So they separate the concerns, the domains, build, train, and deploy machine learning models. But before it was called SageMaker alone. But they separate the SageMaker only for the data preparation, as I understand, for data science. But what we will be using here is SageMaker Studio. I think it's part of the AI. Yeah, Amazon SageMaker Studio, explore Amazon SageMaker machine learning integrated development environment, documentation. Yeah. So this is the studio. Boosting productivity. So this is like a similar tool that is in the market. Maybe it's not exactly the same, but it's like the same use case is Kubeflow for Kubernetes. So in this workshop, you will get access to the latest SageMaker Studio, which include the Jupyter Lab experience. Follow the next step to access the new SageMaker Studio environment. Open the management console in North Virginia, in my case. Under Service SageMaker and click SageMaker Service AI. On the left side navigation studio, open a studio. SageMaker Studio, there's another one. Okay. This is not the first time that I use SageMaker. I'm not like a professional with this, but I've read documentation. But the last time that I used SageMaker, I had to create a profile here, and something that I noticed is that they charge just for having the profile created, even if I'm not using it. So the intention of this tutorial or this workshop is to complete it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we will be charging AWS will charge us for the only for the presence of the profile. That the profile also has the EC2 instance running that has all the configuration of the studio. So yeah, it's not a good idea to create a studio and retake the workshop the next week, because all this time AWS will charge us for the presence of the profile. So the studio when assessment runs in the top left corner of the Jupyter lab. There should be some configuration in place. For example, this workshop, if I'm not wrong, was created with the CloudFormation template. So that's a step that we can bypass. It's already present. Let's accept this. We can go to the Jupyter lab, and this is also this notebook is present, is in place because of the CloudFormation template. So as I mentioned, last space called Prom Evaluation space is already configured. Create Run Jupyter Lab on the right side on the actions. Starting in progress. We can close this. We can also close this. Okay, so this is now complete. Please proceed to the lesson. Happy learning. Okay. Okay, so this is as I was mentioned, this is an external product. This is not related to AWS. This is for LLM's evaluation, prompt foo. It seems like it's open source, but they also have a business model around it. So they don't put the price in the website, but yeah, I guess that mainly the added value is like support and self-host service and stuff like that. Okay, so in today's rapidly evolving AI landscape, large language models have become indispensable tool across various industries. However, to truly harness their potential, we need more than just implementation. We need to rigorous evaluation and optimization. This is where LLM evaluations or evals become crucial. LLM evaluations are critical for several reasons: quality assurance, continuous improvement, objective comparison, cost optimization, task-specific performance. Okay, so while general benchmark like ARC, MML, LAU, or through full QA provide a broad sense of model capabilities, they don't tell the whole story. These benchmarks are like a standardized tests. They give general idea of capabilities, but don't necessarily indicate performance on specific tasks. Our course focus on custom evaluations which are tailored to your specific use case. We learn to design and implement evaluations that measures an LLM performance on particular tasks, whether it is answering customer service emails, generating product descriptions, or any other application-specific use case. Okay, let me see something. 20 minutes. Okay. Also, just for you to know, the way that I work is I work in block of 45 minutes, then I rest. I take a break of 15 minutes, and then I repeat the process. So because time passed so fast that I don't want to. Yeah, basically it's for the health. I hope you understand. So, of course, focus on evaluation, which are tailored to key components of an evaluation. A well-designed evaluation typically consists of four primary components: example output, golden answer, model output, score. Golden answer, model. Evaluation approaches. Throughout this course, also just I was reading about the introduction of this workshop, and the first part is introduction, is theory, and then we will dig deeper into the hands-on. So yeah, just for you to know that actually that is expected in every new technology to read the theory initially and then work in hands-on. So yeah, because this is a new technology that not new, but at least for me, the way that I'm studying it. So evaluation approaches through this course we explore various evaluation methodologies. Each approach has its strength and is suited to different types of tasks and evaluation goals. Understanding these methodologies will help you choose the right approach for your specific use case. Code-based grading. Code-based grading uses programmatic methods to evaluate the model's output. This approach is ideal for tasks with clear objective criteria and can process large volumes of evaluation quickly and consistently. Key techniques include exact string matching, keywords presence checking, regular expression pattern matching. Normally, regular expression takes more like computational resources. So I guess that this is the order that is listed is exact string matching is the more economic in the sense of computational resources consumption, but as we go down in the list, is more computational but more flexible. So yeah, what else? Human-based grading for tasks that require analysis, understanding, or selective judgment. Human-based grading remains the gold standard. This method involves having individuals, often subject matter experts, reviewing the model's output, assess their quality, and assign scores. Key approaches include expert reviewing, user experience panel. Automated metrics. Automated metrics provide quantitative measures of performance that can be calculated without human intervention. These are particularly useful for ongoing monitoring and large-scale evaluation. Key metrics include perplexity, bilingual evaluation, under study, below. I have some annotations regarding to this in sequence to sequence. Can optimize on accuracy or blue score. Compares against multiple reference translations. Okay, this is important for the AWS exam, just for you to know the machine learning specialty. There is another evaluation metric, cross entropy, the perplexity, a measure of how well model predicts a sample of text. How well a model predicts a sample of text. Lower perplexity indicates that the model is more confident in its prediction and generally performs better. Example: comparing the perplexity scores of different language models on a corpus of scientific papers to determine which model is best suited for scientific grading tasks. Blue, bilingual evaluation under study. Blue, bilingual evaluation. Bilingual evaluation under study. Bilingual under study. A metric primarily used for evaluating machine translations. It compares the model translation to one or more reference translations. Example: evaluating an English to French translation model by comparing its output to human translated references. Roche, recall-oriented understudy for Keystone evaluation. It's complicated. Let's see what that means in Spanish. Estudio orientado a Acuerdo para evaluación de gifting. A set of metrics used for evaluating automated summarization and machine translation. It compares the model's output to human-created reference summaries. Example, assessing the quality of an article summarization model by comparing its summaries to those created by human editors. F1 score is a combination of the recall and precision. A measure of model accuracy is classification tax, calculated as a harmonic means of precision and recall. It provides a single score that balances both false positive and false negative. Example, evaluating a sentiment analysis model performing incorrectly classifying products reviews as positive, negative, or neutral. So precision is when the model, maybe the model can miss some predictions, but the time that the model make a prediction is right. So that's a high precision. And the recall is when, if I'm not wrong, it's about the outliers. For example, for fraud detention, fraud recall, false positive, listening, percentage of positive correctly predicted. Recall is the proportion of correct set that are identified as positive, used for false negative, fraud detection. So yeah, this is outliers, recall, and precision is no matter if if the model doesn't mention all the predictions. If for every prediction that it makes, it has to be right, no matter if there are some cases where it didn't speak up, it didn't say anything. So, but the times that it says something that makes the prediction is right, that's this score. And F1 is the combination of both, the precision and recall. Hybrid approaches. In practice, many evaluation strategies combine multiple approaches to get a comprehensive view of model performance. For instance, you might use automated metrics for initial screening and continuous monitoring, while periodically conducting human evaluations for nuances quality assessment. Throughout this course, we'll dive deeper into, for example, I'm reading this article, and meanwhile, I'm being charged by this machine. So I guess that they should have mentioned that I don't know, maybe I should create the resources later. I'm not, but well, let's try to do this quick. So combine through this course with deeper learning how to implement them using Promptful and Amazon Bedrock. You'll gain hands-on experience in designing and executing evaluations that combine these methodologies to thoroughly assess your LLM applications. Course structure and tools. Through this workflow, we'll use combination of Promptful, Python notebooks, and Amazon Bedrock Converse API. Promptful is a CLI and library for evaluating and red teaming LLM applications, offering features like automated benchmarking, caching and concurrency for faster evaluation, a web viewer for easy results analysis. Focus on evaluation and data analysis, interact with the following language models. Nova, this is AWS, WS, Anthropic. Our goal is to equip you with the skill to build reliable prompts, secure your LLM apps, and implement the test-driven LLM development process. Looking ahead, in the upcoming modules, we'll dive deep into setting up the evaluation environment with Amazon Bedrock, implement basic advanced evaluation using Promptful, creating custom evaluations with notebooks, comparing model performance and consistency, evaluating multi-turn conversations and RAG systems, establishing a feedback loop between prompt engineering and evaluation. By the end of this course, you'll have the knowledge and practical skills to design, implement, and analyze comprehensive LLM evaluations, enabling you to build more robust, effective, and reliable AI applications with Amazon Better language models. Let's begin our journey into the world of LLM evaluation. Understanding the prompt role. Okay, let me see this. Okay. Profu is open source evaluation framework that helps developers systematically test and validate large language models applications. Think of it as a quality assurance tool, especially designed for LLM's iterations. Interactions, similar to how unit tests help ensure software code works correctly. Profu helps ensure your LLM prompts and models perform as intended. So, we have some columns, prompts, filter, okay, variables, outputs, questions. Do you have any promotions or discounts available? Yes, okay, let's explore this through an analogy. Imagine you are developing a new recipe. You won't just try it once and declare it perfect. Instead, you might test it with different ingredients, have various people taste it, try it under different cooking conditions, document what works and what doesn't. Promptful enables a similar systematic approach for LLM application, but instead of taste tests, it runs your prompts through predefined test cases and measures the performance. Key features and capabilities. Promptful provides a comprehensive testing framework with a robust structure for testing that includes multiple evaluation methods. When evaluating LLM outputs, we need different ways to check if the responses met our requirements. Promptful provides several powerful methods for validation, each serving different evaluation needs. Let's explore these methods and understand when to use each one. Okay. I don't think that I will read everything, but at least the title and a brief summary. Exact matching testing. If I understand correctly, this is when when the prompt is expecting a specific test, and if that is retrieved, the that technique or that method is considered that worked. Substring matching, I guess that from a particular string or a sentence, if the string that we are looking is present in that sentence, is considered valid. But yeah, for let's say educational purposes, I won't read everything here, but regular expression, yeah, so maybe we're looking for a specific date or a list of fruits or something like that, so we can use a regular expression to looking for a match in the output of the model. Custom function validation. I guess that this is for external to query external resources. Sometimes we need sophisticated ways to evaluate output or simple pattern matching. Custom function validation is like having a human expert evaluate response based on complex criteria. Using either JavaScript or Python, you can write functions that implement any validation logic you need. Think of a sophisticated way. So normally when you use a function, a custom function, is when you need to retrieve external information, maybe from a database or an external API. That is what normally is done. So it makes sense to use a function and not a regular expression or a static string. Model grade evaluation. So this is perhaps the most fascinating evaluation method is using one LLM to evaluate the output of another. This is like having one expert review another expert work. Model grade evaluation is particularly powerful for assessing qualities that are hard to validate programmatically, such as creativity, tone, and adherence to complex instructions. Okay, so model grade evaluation shines when assessing subjective qualities like creativity or tone, complex reasoning and logic, adherence to nuances, guidelines, quality of explanations or arguments. The power of combined approaches. In practice, the most effective evaluation strategies often combine multiple methods. Just as teacher might use multiple assessment types, multiple choice, essays, projects to evaluate a student understanding comprehensively, you can use different validations methods together to ensure your LLM output meets all requirements. For instance, you might use exact matching to verify critical classification levels, substring matching to ensure key information is included, regular expression, all of the method, regular expression to validate formatting, custom function to implement business logic, model grade evaluation to assess overall quality and appropriateness. This comprehensive approach helps ensure that the LLM application performs reliable and effectively in real-world situations. Provider integration. Give me just a second here. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, provider integration. Promful seems to integrate with various LLM providers, including Bedrock, Cloud, OpenAI, local models, custom API. This flexibility allows you to compare different models, test fallback options, optimize for cost and performance. Results analysis. Promful offers comprehensive tools for understanding test results. So this is the variables, the question, your smart pass. Okay. Detailed test report, performance metrics, cost analysis, interactive web viewer for resource exploration. Integration with Bedrock. Promful works particularly well with Amazon Bedrock, offering several advantages. Native support Promful can directly interact with Bedrock's model through its API. More on that later. Okay, this YAML, Promful, example Bedrock configuration. Okay, Cloud. Cost management. Promful help optimize Bedrock usage by caching response to reduce API costs, tracking token usage, providing cost estimates. Version control as Bedrock models are updated. Version controls as Bedrock models are updated. Promful helps track performance across model versions, identify regression, maintain consistency in outputs. Real-world application example. Let's consider a particular example of how Promful fits into a real project. Imagine you are building a customer support email classification system. Development phase. Write initial prompt for classification. Choose Bedrock model. Create basic classification logic text. Testing phase with Promful. Define test cases in CSV format. Set up evaluation criteria. Run automated tests. Analyze results. Iterate on prompt design. Continuous improvement. Monitor performance. Add new test cases. Compare model versions. Optimize costs. This systematic approach helps ensure your classification system remains reliable and efficient over time. Looking ahead, we move forward at this workshop. We explore how to create effective test cases, create and organize prompt, set up different types of assertions, analyze and interpret results, optimize evaluation process, understanding proof role and capabilities, provide a foundation for building a robust and reliable LLM application. In the next section, we dive deeper into the core concepts of LLM evaluation and how to implement them effectively using prompt form. Okay, theory. This is theory. This is theory. Theory as well. Management. Introduction, the code base, building. This is theory. So hopefully you will keep up with me. But yeah, a lot of theory. And that's good. That's okay. So the proof philosophy, test driving and LLM development, moving beyond trial and error. Many developers initially approach LLM development through a trial and error, writing a prompt, testing it manually, and making adjustments based on what seems to work. While this might feel intuitive, it's like trying to build a complex software system without any testing framework. Let me explain why this approach falls short and how prompt offer a more systematic path forward. The limitation, this it's better to use automated tool that working manually, like by intuition. So yeah, basically I'm trying to move as faster as I can without yeah, the test driving approach. Development phase, evaluation, and production phase. Development, prompt logic, improvement, validation, deploy, feedback, iteration. Defining test cases first. Before writing any prompt, we start identifying the core use case and potential failure modes. This is like creating a map before starting a journey. You need to know where you're going and what challenges you might face. Consider our customer service chatbot example. We might identify test cases like standard product inquiries, complex technical support requests, edge cases like unclear or incomplete questions, potential failures modes like aggressive or inappropriate user inputs. By defining these test cases upfront, we create a clear objective for our prompt development, ensure comprehensive coverage of different scenarios, establish measurable success criteria, build a foundation of systematic improvement. Configuring systematic evaluation with our test cases defined. Configuring systematic evaluation. Organizing the test cases clear, selecting appropriate evaluation methods, choosing the LLM provider we want to test, setting our evaluation criteria. This configuration step is crucial because it creates a repeatable, objective way to measure performance. Running automated evaluations. Now comes the power of automation. Instead of manually testing each case, PromptFu can run hundreds of test cases consistently, track performance metrics automatically, compare results across different or models, identify patterns in success and failures. Analysis and iteration. The real value comes in how we use the evaluation result, identifying specific areas where prompt need improvement, understand pattern in model behavior, making data-driven decisions about prompt modifications, comparing performance across different approaches. This analysis phase helps us make informed decisions about which prompt variation performs best, which model are most suitable for our use case, where we need to add more test cases, how to optimize for both performance and cost. The continuous improvement cycle. Perhaps most importantly, this approach creates a foundation of continuous improvement as you gather real user interactions, discover new edge cases, receive feedback from user, identify new failure modes. You can easily add new test cases to your suite, validate the improvement, don't break existing functionality, track performance improvement over time, maintain consistent quality as your application evolve. The impact of systematic testing: quality assurance, development efficiency, long-term maintenance, and cost optimization. It's very important. Okay, so I'll take a break. I'll finish this section and then I'll take a 15-minute break. Understanding prompt testing benefits in practice. Understanding prompt testing benefits in practice. How each benefit category translates to real-world prompt engineering scenarios. Quality assurance, development efficiency. This is the same here. Long maintenance and cost optimization. Long-term maintenance, cost optimization, particularly relevant when working with LLMs as API calls can be expensive. Prompt helps you identify which prompts are most efficient. Can you compare performance across different models? Systematic testing data. Practical implementation example. Consider developing a customer service prompt that needs to handle various unique inquiries. With prompt, you might create test cases covering different types of customer queries, define evaluation criteria, tone, accuracy, and completeness, test multiple prompt variation against these cases, use the results to select the most effective prompt, maintain the test suite to requirement evolve. This systematic approach ensures that your prompt remains effective and reliable through their life cycle, while minimizing development costs and maximizing quality. By catching issues early and providing clear metrics for prompt performance, Promptful helps teams develop more robust LLM applications with greater confidence. In the following sections, we'll explore the specific tools and techniques Promptful provides to implement this systematic approach, starting with the various methods available for evaluation LLM outputs. Okay, I'll take a 15-minute break. If you have any questions or you would like to leave a comment, please do. While I will see you in 15 minutes, but I'll be available in the chat. So, 15-minute break.
first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, let's continue. Let me set the timer for the work block. Okay, so this section is still in introduction evaluation labs, basic Proofful evaluation labs. Email classification with Proofful and Amazon Bedrock introduction. Welcome to this. Okay, this is the labs. Okay. Welcome to this hands-on labs where you learn to build and evaluate an AI-powered email classification system. We'll use Proofful and Amazon Bedrock to create a robust evaluation framework that helps improve customer support operations through automated email categorization. Learning objectives. I don't know. I don't know if I was asking this to in Nerdearla to the speaker of Hugging Face about if he thinks if the LLMs will replace the traditional machine learning algorithms, because currently there are classification algorithms or models in regular machine learning that we can use for email categorization, like let's identify spam, or at the end spam should be an outlier, so we can use the metric of recall to see how it behaves. But now with the large language model, I'm seeing that we are using those previous techniques into the LLMs. I don't know if that's the most effective thing to do. Yeah, because of the carbon footprint, and also economic reasons, but also for speed, because LLMs, I think it will take more time than custom machine learning, traditional machine learning model. But at the end of the day, it's easy. It's easier. It's more. So I think that's the reason why everyone is moving to LLMs directly. So learning objectives: set up a prompt evaluation environment for LLM testing, create effective prompt templates for email classification, design comprehensive test cases for evaluation, execute and analyze classification evaluations, interpret evaluation results to improve system performance. The business context. Global Mart, a leading e-commerce platform, received thousands. Actually, now that I'm reading e-commerce, this is a huge topic in Spain. At least here in Colombia, the e-commerce is not like an industry that is mature. People buy and sell in marketplace, in Facebook, in social media, in Instagram. But for example, just to give you an example, the use of promotional codes, or using platforms like Shopify and stuff like this, where people implement deployment strategies like A/B to segment the clients. Those kind of strategies, that's not something that is seen here in Colombia, but at least in Spain, I think that that particular sector industry is well positioned. Okay, continuing here. A leading e-commerce platform receives thousands of customers' emails daily. The customer support teams need an efficient way to automatically categorize these emails into appropriate departments. Your task is to develop and evaluate an AI system that can accurately classify emails into 4 categories: order issues, product inquiries, technical support, and return refunds. Why this matters? Effective email classification is crucial for modern customer service operations. An accurate classification system reduces response time by automatically routing emails to appropriate teams. ensures consistent handling of customer inquiries, allows support staff to focus on resolving issues rather than sorting emails, provides valuable insights into customers' inquiry patterns, improve overall customer satisfaction through faster, more effective service. Yeah, this is basically it is the same that they mentioned before. The faster and efficient. Setting up your evaluation environment, define your objective. Before writing any code or configuration, clearly define what success looks like. High accuracy in classification, quick, consistent responses, proper handling of edge cases, clear, actionable output format. Creating your project structure. A well-organized project structure makes your evaluation easier to maintain and understand. Given that this is our first lab, we can keep the project structure simple and flat. Email classification. Email classification. Let me see here. So this is the Jupyter notebook. Here, open. Okay. Email classification. Prompt for configuration, YAML, prompts, Python, dataset, CSV, README. So here at the left, data, email classification, creating the project structure, writing your first prompt. Yeah, but this is the email classification, prompt forward lab, basic evaluation setup, global. Okay, this is the one. So should I create this file structure in this directory? Write in your first prompt. The prompt is the foundation of your LLM interactions. Let's create one that embodies our best practices. Creating the prompt template. We'll create a prompt.python file containing the classification function. Def classify, email content, return URL system, email content. Provide your classification as a single word or phrase, choosing from the categories mentioned above. Do not include any explanation or additional text. This prompt include provide a clear context, specify available classification categories, request a specific output format, maintain consistency across evaluation. Designing test cases. Yeah, but those files, where are they? Data set. Yeah, I think it should be here. Well, I will create those files by myself. I will follow this. This is the same. What's the stage? Introduction, creating a focused evaluation. I think this is only like introduction. I don't think that or evaluation, introduction, proof, evaluation, best practices for effective building Python assertion function, advanced Python evaluation techniques, real-world application and pattern. For example, the second laboratory, learning objective, code-based classification. Best practices, building assertion, real-world, code-based evaluation here. Okay, so designing test cases. Our dataset contain 10 diverse customer emails with their expected gratification. So this is a supervised learning model. So where's my order? Order. Yeah. So we are training the model, and then in this case we are giving an example to the large language model. But usually in regular or traditional machine learning models, this is what is called the input, and this is the output, that is the label, the ground truth, the expected value. So when the model is being trained with this information, then the model itself can predict the output or the label depending of the input that we are giving to it. The file structure, email content, expected, correct classification. Example. Okay. Okay, so example test cases cover various scenarios: order, tracking inquiries, product availability questions, technical issues, return requests, configuration and execution. Your configuration file brings everything together, everything specifying how the evaluation should run, description, global market email, classification evaluation, executing the evaluation, configure prompt full settings in prompt full YAML description. Okay, providers, bedrock, run the evaluation. Interpreting results. The evaluation provides overall accuracy 90% or in our initial test. No, the initial test is called baseline model. So basically it's like running a model without making too much optimization, just to have like a baseline. So for the next changes, the next improvement, we can use that model as a reference, and we know if the new changes that we are applying is in the right way, because the model shouldn't be worse than the base model, the model that we deploy without too much changes. So 90% of accuracy is a very good percentage. When we have like a 100% metric, no matter if it is recall, precision, accuracy, F1, 100% normally means that is overfitting. That means that the model is not predicting or inferring new information, but is giving like it's memorizing instead of learning. So 90% is a good number. Above 80% should be a good number. Obviously this depends of every use case, of every situation, but 90% is very good. Detailed breakdown of success and failures, comparison between different models, specific example and misclassification, optional practice exercise. Enhance the classification system by adding a fifth category for general inquiries, creating test cases for email that could fall into multiple categories, implement a confidence score in the prompt template, analyzing performance differences between models, making improvement. Consider these enhancements. Add examples to the prompt template, include category descriptions, expand test cases with edge cases, implement confidence scoring, add context-specific guidelines. Discussion points. How might the classification categories evolve as global mass business grows? As e-commerce businesses expand, new categories might emerge, such as international shipping, marketplace seller issues, or subscription services. The classification system should be designed with flexibility and to accommodate new categories without requiring a complete overhaul. What role does prompt engineering play in classification accuracy? Prompt engineering significantly impacts classification accuracy by providing clear context boundaries, and expectations to the model. Well-crafted prompts can improve accuracy by reducing ambiguity and helping the model focus on relevant features of the input. The lab will guide you through each step, helping you build practical experience with Promptful while creating something useful and real-world applicable. Remember, the goal isn't just to get the right answers, it's to build a systematic, repeatable process for evaluating and improving LLM applications. Keep the best practices we've discussed in mind as you work through the exercise. And don't be afraid to experiment and iterate on your solution. Let's begin the lab. Okay. Go to your SageMaker Studio instance and navigate to the Promptful Workshop main lab directory. This this is the first, this one. Okay, best practices for effective evaluation. When evaluating large language model, the difference between good results and great results often lies on how well the structure or evaluation process, how well the structure or evaluation process. Let's explore the key practices that will help you create more effective, maintainable, and effective evaluations. Design. Designing representative test cases. Creating good test cases is similar to creating a balanced meal plan. You need variety, proper proportions, and coverage of all essential elements. Your test suite should represent the full spectrum of scenarios your LLM will encounter in production. The anatomy of a good test case. Let's examine what makes a test case truly representative. Consider this example, Promptful config YAML configuration. So this is specific for Promptful, the open source tool for LLM's evaluation. So basically, description prompt is a file, a prompt. This is the module, and this is the method, the function classify email. Providers, in this case, Anthropic Cloud hosted in Bedrock in AWS. Okay, it mentions Oregon. I think that I will have to change this because I deployed my infrastructure in Ohio, in North Virginia, in US is 1. Test variables, email. So what's the difference? My order. Okay, so 2 different tests. My order hasn't arrived yet. Okay, this is for training, I guess, because it has the category already set. This basic structure introduces several key elements: a clear description of what we are testing, a clear description of what we are testing, reference prompt, so this is what we are testing, prompt function, this one, provider configuration, that is the model, test cases with variables and expected outputs. Okay, this is the output. This is for the training purposes, or yeah, the example for the model, so he can give an output using that as a reference. Coverage principles. When designing test cases, ensure you include common cases, frequent user interactions, standard requests and queries, typical scenarios, edge cases, usual, unusual or extreme inputs, boundary conditions, complex or ambiguous situations, and failure cases, invalid inputs, error conditions, potential misuse scenarios. Structuring prompt and testability. Just as we write testable code in software development, we need to write testable prompts for our LLMs. Let's look at how to structure prompts that are easier to evaluate and maintain. Prompt organization. Okay, this is a different file prompt, Python, and this is the a YAML configuration for prompt-foo. Okay, this is the file that is part of this configuration, and the method or the function is classify email. This one here, classify email. Here's how we might organize our prompts in a so each function is a prompt. Generate response, classify email. Okay, classify email. It receives the content, and basically this is a comment that is used for the as a documentation of the function, and this is what it will return. You are a customer support email classifier, categories, technical support, billing, account access, product issues. Analyze this email and respond with exactly one category. And this is outside of the function scope. This variable. It's a comment. It's a comment. Start here, ends here. And this is okay. It starts here and ends here. The variable. Okay. Okay, so the second function that should be another prompt, receive an email and category. Generate customer support response based on email content and category. This is, as I mentioned before, this is a comment for documentation. And this is you are a customer support specialist, email category. Write a professional response addressing the customer concern. Prompt best practices. Use clear variable names. Variables in your prompt should be descriptive and meaningful. Okay. Test variable customer email support category. Better than just input or just category. Maintain consistent formatting. Keep your prompt structure consistent across different use cases. Give me a second. Okay. Maintain consistent formatting. Keep your prompt structure consistent across different use cases. Prompt file, prompt classification, prompt response generation. Here's an example where we leverage using a single prompt Python file with multiple prompts as an alternative to individual text files. Okay. Choosing appropriate assertions type. Selecting the right assertion types is crucial for effective evaluation. Let's explore how to configure different types of assertion based on your needs. Test, variables, assertion. Type equals value technical support for strict category matching. Type LLM rubric. Evaluate if response address shipping concern. Okay. So this configuration is part of what? Of the prompt-foo configuration. Just this file. That's what it looks like. Choosing appropriate assertion types, test, variables, assertion, type. Contains all values and type assertion selection guidelines. Choose assertion based on what you are validating. Use equals for exact category match. Use contain all for responses that match include specific elements. Use LLM rubric for evaluating quality, tone, and complex requirements. Use custom functions for specify validation logic. Managing evaluation costs and efficiency. Efficient evaluation management can significantly reduce costs and improve performance. Here's how to configure prompt-foo for optimal efficiency. Evaluate options, max concurrency for control parallel requests, cache, true, delay 100. Enable response caching, add delay between requests if needed. delay between requests if needed. Caching strategy. Think of promptful cache like a smart notebook that remembers previous conversations with LLM. Just as you wouldn't ask a friend the same question multiple times, promptful avoid making redundant APIs calls by storing and reusing previous responses. This is particularly valuable because it saves money by reducing API calls. It speeds up evaluation by avoiding network requests. That's a big concern. Not only because of the cost that it involves the network traffic, but also for latency. And yeah, at the end, every request will generate more traffic, and that will could impact in a way or another the other services that are part of the same network. Yeah. This is true when we have like several traffic coming to our platform, not like small workflows, or stuff like that. So it ensures consistency in testing results. Yeah, but there is a concern on caching that, for example, if someone asks for, I guess that this is for, it remains the cache for for one particular user, because if someone else asks a question and the output is specific for that user, we don't want to provide that information to a different user that might have private or sensitive data. So I guess that this is specific for a particular user, that will create a cache only for each user. So yeah, I guess that we can configure that depending on what we need. Here's how to configure caching to reduce API calls. Providers, Velcro, config cache path, time to live, 24 hours. Caching tips. Set appropriate time to live value based on how often your prompts change. Clear cache when making significant prompt modifications. Use version control for prompts to track changes that may affect cache validity. Documentation and version control. Maintaining clear documentation and version control is essential for long-term success. This is how to structure your promptful project for maintainability. Your project promptful configuration, prompts, test, assertions, and in the prompts we have the specific prompts. We can also use specific files for each test, and also assertion we can have individual file. Documentation best practices. Include clear comments, promptful description. This evaluation suite tests our customer support email classification system. It covers standard support requests, edge cases, and error conditions. Actually, this reminds me a lot of for example, how we configure MCP servers. That we have to be very clear on with each function or each call. What's the purpose of that call? So the LLM, when it tries to identify which function to use, it will take the decision based on the comment that describes each function. The same thing for the variables usage. We have to be as explicit as possible regarding the variable names, so the LLM knows which variable to use for each action. So yeah, this reminds me a lot of that. So the description of the configuration of promptful. Maintain a chain log to track changes in your evaluation setup. Change log, okay, just like documentation that we typically use. By following these best practices and maintaining a well-structured configuration, you create more reliable and maintainable evaluations. Remember, the goal is to build a system that not only works today, but that can be easily understood and modified in the future. So like a step-by-step tutorial, but for example, we complete the first section, the first laboratory, and now we are starting the second one. But yeah, I guess that based or should I follow this? It's different. Yeah, this is a notebook, so I can follow here the execution. Too many blank lines. Okay, so this is comment. It's commented. Ensure we have the necessary libraries installed. This is running. It's complete. Okay, the challenge. Imagine you are a part of the team. Customers are sending thousands of emails daily, and we will need to enroll them to the right department as soon as possible. Your task: build and evaluate an AI system that can automatically classify these emails accurately. So we are using JSON, Seaborn, that is for representation of the data, the same as matplotlib, and Panda for data manipulation. Creating a focus evaluation, implementing multi-strategy email classification, understanding different, basic, detailed, advanced. Basic, we'll start with minimalistic approach that provides simple instructions without much guidance. This serves as our baseline and helps us understand how well the model performs with minimal prompting. Think of this as establishing a control group in a scientific experiment. Building on our baseline, this approach provides specific categories, definitions, and clear structure, like providing a well-organized reference manual. This strategy gives a more complex to work with while maintaining simplicity. Okay, let's create a prompt that Python file that implements all three categories. So this is the file of the prompt. Click write prompts. Basic classification, detailed classification, optimized classification. They receive an argument, email content, and basically the structure is the same. It's the prompt with the variable here, email content. Provide only the classification as JSON with primary category and secondary categories with no additional commentary. Do not use markdown formatting for the JSON object. Example format. Detail in categories. All the categories, there are 5 categories. Provide only. Okay, so it's different. Basic, it says with primary and secondary. Your best guess of the email issues. Okay, so it's like a summary. For the primary category, it's like a summary because it doesn't have the list of the valid output. In this second prompt, we are specifying the expected output specifically. And in the optimized classification, we are using XML, that is also a good approach at least in the way the model understands. But we are providing more tokens, but it's better structure for the model to understand the prompt. Instructions step. Identify main concerns, select primary category, identify any related issues, format as JSON. We're also giving the instruction very clearly. We are specifying the categories expected for the output, and we are giving an example. So it's well structured, this prompt. Provide only the classification as JSON with primary and secondary category with no additional commentary. Return JSON format. Okay, I can run this. This is only definition, so nothing will run, but It's a definition of the functions of the prompt to be used later in the prompt full engine. Creating the evaluation dataset. This is a CSV file, and yeah, CSV file. We create a comprehensive dataset to test our email classification system. It has email content, expected classification. Okay. So as I said before, this is like reinform, re, learning by reinforming. Yeah, so basically we are giving the output upfront, so he will understand, or he will learn how to respond in the future for our inferences. Okay, so the method has been carefully designed to test several important aspects of a classification system. This is important because if we, for example, we are evaluating a data set, or we would like to train a model, and we would like to deploy it into production, is a classification model or a sentiment analysis model, it will work differently depending of the data set. So if, for example, my use case is a technical, I don't know, maybe it's a technical customer support emails, it will behave differently for a data set that was or a model that was trained with a data set for, just to give you an example, YouTube comments of I don't know, a kitchen or food channel, something like that. It will behave differently, or maybe a political channel. In this case, because at the end this is mathematics, all the words will be vectorized, and that data set will behave differently depending on the context. So that's why it is important to always provide like examples, so yeah, to have a better performance in our metrics, in our evaluation of the model. We can always trust the models that are currently available for the big tech, the largest providers, but it's always better to provide examples for a specific use case. So let's continue. This dataset has been carefully designed to test several important aspects of our classification system. Simple single category cases like product inquiries, multiple category, and common customer service patterns. These are the categories. They significantly encounter situations like edge cases. Edge cases is the outliers, or situations where none of these categories corresponds to the input. So those are the edge cases. Situations where multiple categories could consider primary, requiring the system to make reasoned decisions about the main concerns versus the secondary issues. Also remember that if we train a model and we say that these are the expected categories, and that's the way that we train the model, when we provide an input and none of these categories match, as we train the model saying that we are expecting one of these categories, that's what we will get. For example, we can get a random value, or not random, but the value that mathematically it considers has more confidence that it is the response, but not necessarily is what we are expecting. So it's a good practice to also train the model, indicating when there is a confidence that none of these categories are part of the input, the text that we are providing. The JSON format, we are using identification followed. Okay. Yeah. This structurable format will allow us to evaluate the accuracy of the primary category assignment, assess the system ability to identify related issues, measure classification consistency across similar cases, compare performance across different prompt strategies, build advanced evaluation logic for email classification. Let's build a robust evaluation system that can handle this. Okay, this is a function for this is a prompt, create custom assertion. No, generate a custom assertion. No, this is not a prompt. Or custom assertion, that is this file, write assertion code, that is this variable. The function is being called. So we are creating this file, custom assertions. That this is the input of the file. If I run this, a new file will appear here at the file inspector. It should appear here.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
File created successfully. Lesson.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the Orbiter Discovery
Welcome
is
to
now entering
Innovation
orbit
Tower.
power.
Discovery Houston, trim to
This is the second laboratory, no, the first one. Okay, let's complete this quickly. If I run this, it should be here. Guys, here, prompt, lessons. I think that it would be better if they rename the files with the lesson number, lesson 1, lesson 2. This is the first one. So, development test. Create your prompt configuration file. Yeah. Okay. Description, prompt, provider, Amazon, Novalite, Haiku of Anthropic, Cloud. Running your first evaluation, prompt eval. Here. Eval, progress bar, no cache. Import in order to share the results of your evaluation and see them more in depth. Cache is disabled. Starting evaluation, running 20 test cases, up to 4 at a time. Email content, hi I order, this should be defined here. Hi I order data is an order issue. No, so each model, this is the evaluation of the input to each model, to Novalite of the AWS, Amazon, and IQ of Cloud from Anthropic. And his is the response. So, yeah, I think it's because of the region, maybe. Yeah, I will change the region. But it not only changed the region, but yeah, let's try this. Okay, what else here? Now let's run this. Hopefully it works. So order issues, that was the response from AWS model and from Cloud from Anthropic, also hosted in Bedrock, Amazon Bedrock. This is the output expected, and as that was the same output that we got, it passed the test. So, okay, I brought a blender from your store, but it's not working. Is there a warranty? I brought the technical support, and the outputs that we define, technical support, yeah. So none of the two models return they return order issues when they should have returned technical support. Evaluation complete. Room prompt for view to see the local web viewer. Do you want to share this with your team? This project needs your feedback. Token usage summary, evaluation, total prompt, completion, total prompt, evaluation, total prompt, completion. Okay, provider breakdown, Nova, Anthropic. We use more tokens. This is token, isn't it? 10 requests. Grand total. See, these are tokens. We use more tokens with Cloud from Anthropic than with Titan of Amazon Nova. 4 seconds, success, failure, error. Important. In order to share the results in your evaluation and see how more in-depth analysis to results, you'll need to create a free account and prompt. You only need to run this command for once. Yeah, I won't do that. Sharing your evaluation results. Once you run your evaluation, you have completed the prompt. You have to share the result within the prompt share. Identifying a strength and weakness. Examine the results in the web viewer. Pay attention to overall accuracy. So the web viewer is only available in the platform of Promfu. I cannot run it locally. Important. In order to share the result evaluation and see more in-depth analysis in the result, you need to create a free account. You only need to run this command once for the workshop. The command is prepared below. Just need to replace the API key. Yeah. So far I think that I can continue without that account. Identifying strengths and weaknesses. Examine the results in the web viewer. Pay attention to overall accuracy. Yeah, I think it will be better for me because it's not the same information, but it has more information like accuracy, performs by category, misclassification, look email with incorrect categorized. I think that there are more information, so okay, I'll take a break and then I create this account also to see because I understand that this prompt tool is a free tool, but in this particular case they are suggesting to create the account and to send the information to that free account just to bypass for me to set up or start a server by my own. So, but yeah, it's not for commercial purposes, just to make the work faster. So, okay, yeah, the laboratory is over. The next step is to create the account. I will do that when I return from the break. So remember, let me know in the comments if you like this tutorial. For example, I think this is this Promfu. I in the past I've heard about the LLM's evaluations. I haven't heard about Promfu before, so it's good to have this first approach to the how it is used, how it's configured, what's the output or the information that we get, so it worth the running this tutorial, this laboratory. So yeah, I'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay, we're back. So let's set the timer. So I'll create my account in PromFu to see what information is there. I don't know. Create an account. I think I'll use the same email as AWS. Let me I'll create it here quickly. AI. Here, from full, this email, and this passport. Verification is required. Okay, generating API token. Okay, I will generate it, but so you don't see it. Okay, this is the token. I have to paste it here, but I won't paste it here so you can see it. That's difficult. Yeah, we'll authenticate. Successfully authenticated. Now I can remove the key from the instruction. Key here. And I can delete the output. Actually, it's not that important, this information, but okay. So now that I'm authenticated, I will share that sharing evaluation in Share Labs. Here are the results. Okay.
Houston, press to ATO.
Columns, I can decide which column to show. First line right configuration, evaluation, show charts. Okay, each color is a model, isn't it? IQ, AWS. F1 score, no problem, 1 score. Score, frequency, scoreboard. Okay. This score, I guess, is the overall score of PromFu. It's not accuracy, it's not recall, it's not precision, it's not F1. It's I guess, it's a specific score internally from PromFu. According to the test that I set. Yeah. What else? Evaluations, all evaluations. This one, reports. Team activity, vulnerability posture, execute summary, model audit. Okay. ID evaluation, alpha. records only, failures only, different only, type spam keys. Okay. Yeah, I thought that actually it's almost the same information that we have here in the output, but yeah, the benefit of having this is that we'll have an historical data of the experiments, no, the evaluations. So okay. Also, it's good to have this account created because I understand that that's what we will be using for the next laboratories. So this laboratory is complete. This is the first one. Would you like to get identified about the official recognition? Okay, so let's go to the next. I can close this and close this. So following this, when working with large language models, we often need to evaluate their outputs in sophisticated ways. Actually, let me work stand up. So, introduction to code-based evaluation with Python. So far, the difference with the previous evaluation is that we run, I guess, let's see, but we run the evaluation from the CLI. So I'm supposing that in this case, we will make the evaluation directly from Python. Okay. So when working with large language model, we often need to evaluate their outputs in sophisticated way that go beyond simple matching or basic assertions. This is where code-based evaluation, particularly using Python, becomes evaluable tools in our evaluation toolkit. Understanding the need for code-based evaluation. Understanding the need for code-based evaluation. Imagine you are reviewing customer service emails. A simple assertion might check if the model. A simple assertion might check if the model correctly identify order issues as the category, but what if you need to verify that the confidence score meets certain threshold? Check if secondary categories are appropriate. Ensure the classification follows business-specific rules. Calculate custom metrics based on multiple factors. This more complex evaluation needs require the flexibility and power of custom code. Let's look at a concrete example. Simple building assertion limited to exact matching. Assert type equals value order issues versus custom Python evaluation enables complex logic. Function. Evaluate classification, output context, results, JSON load, output, evaluate classification. Primary category valid primary category result. Result is the output in JSON format. Confidence threshold meet. Check confidence result. Also, yeah, but those functions where are defined? Validate primary, check confidence, validate secondary categories. Those functions are not defined yet. At least that those functions are part of the SDK of Promptful maybe. But I don't know. Secondary category, validate secondary category, return pass all. Primary category, confidence threshold met. Secondary category valid. Score, calculate weighted score, reason generate evaluation summary. How Python integration works in Promptful. Promptful makes it easy to integrate custom Python evaluation logic into your testing workflow. This is what you need to know. File structure. Your Python evaluation code lives in separate files, making it easy to organize and maintain. Function requirements. Every Python assertion must include a getAnswer function that takes an output parameter, the LLM response, text and context parameter, test variable and metadata, returns evaluation results in a standardized format. Configuration integration. You reference your Python files in the Promptful configuration using the Python assertion type. Test variables. Where's my order? Assertion type. This is the Python. Key components. Evaluate classification. Output context. Okay. Key components of Python-based testing. When building Python-based evaluation, there are several essential components to consider. Input processing, input processing, validation logic, validation logic. This is where you implement your business rule and evaluation criteria. Category validation, confidence threshold, multi-label classification rules, custom scoring algorithm. Results generation. Your code must return result in a format Promptful can understand. Return pass through true. Score 95. Reason clear primary category with high confidence. Benefits of code-based evaluation. Using Python for evaluation offers several advantages. Flexibility. You can implement any evaluation logic you need, no matter how complex. Reusability. Create evaluation functions that can be reused across different test cases. Maintainability. Keep your evaluation logic organized and separate from your test configurations. Extensibility. Easily add new validation rules or modify existing one as your needs evolve. In the following sections, we will dive deeper into creating effective Python assertions functions, and explore advanced yeah, the mic is heavy, so just a minute. So yeah, so let's continue with the laboratory number 2. When creating custom evaluation with Promptful, understanding how to build effective Python assertions function is crucial. Let's explore how to create this function step by step using your email classification system as a practical example. The anatomy of Python assertion function. Every Python assertion function in Promptful allows a specific structure. Let's break down each component. Get assert, output as a string, and context as a dictionary, and the output is dictionary. Evaluate LLM outputs for email classification accuracy. It receives output and context and returns a dictionary. So we add the try catch. Evaluation results. Evaluate classification, output, context. Evaluate classification. That's the function that we defined in the previous step. Return evaluation result is valid, confidence, explanation. As a exception as return false, pass false, score 0, error during evaluation. Understanding the input parameters. The output parameters contains the raw response from the LLM. This is the output. Usually a string, but might be JSON formatted text. Examples from our email classification output. Order issues, output primary a JSON file, a JSON object. The context parameter provide access to test variables and metadata containing information from your test configuration. Example structure. Context variables, prompt, email, expect category. Raw display, original prompt template, format prompt sent to LLM. Creating effective validation logic. Let's build a complete example of validation logic for our email classification system. Evaluate classification, parse classification output. So it receives two arguments, output and context, a string and dictionary. The output is dictionary. That is an associative array or a hash in Perl. Classification parse classification. Parse is defined later, the next function. It receives an argument that is the output as a string and returns a dictionary. Returns the object, the JSON object. And here is only it's that the rest of the code. Expected context, bar expected category, primary match, check primary category, classification expected, check confidence, score, calculate score, primary confidence return is valid. That's the object that is returning JSON. Implementing a scoring system. Your evaluation function should implement a scoring system that reflects your specific needs. Here's an example. Calculate a score. Primary match, confident, valid. Calculate a score between 0 and 1 based on multiple criteria. Arguments. Primary match, whether a primary category match. Confidence valid, whether matches the threshold. Weights. Primary category 7. Confidence 3. Score 0. If primary match, score weights. Primary category. If confidence valid, score weight confidence, return score, and 2. Calculate score confidence round. Okay. Best practices for Python assertions. When building Python assertions, follow these guidelines to ensure robust and maintainable code. Error handling. Always implement compressive error handling. Get assert. Output context. Try, result, evaluate classification, return, pass score, reason, is valid, confidence, explanation. Okay, several exceptions like the JSON is not valid, there is an error, or a more general error. In all cases, we return in JSON. Documentation. Document your code thoroughly. Include doctrine for all functions. Explain complex logic and business rules. Document assumptions and edge cases. Provide examples in comments. Code organization. Structure your code for readability and maintainability. Check primary category classification expected. Check primary category. Returns classification get primary lower, expected lower. Check confidence. Float 7. Validates confidence score against threshold. Classification get confidence 0. From validation utils, import check primary category. Check confidence. Okay, so those are private functions that we need to write, and so we have to be careful with the outputs, the inputs and the outputs, but as I understand, we need to write those functions by ourselves. Testing edge cases. Consider and handle various edge cases. Parse, classification, output, string, dictionary. Parse and validate classification output. Handles empty outputs, malformed JSON, missing fields, unexpected values. If not output or output is space, raised value empty. If not output or output is space, empty output received. Validate request if primary is not parsed, missing primary category. Building effective Python assertions functions require careful attention, input processing and validation, clear and consistent return values, compressive error handling, good documentation, and code organization. In the next section, we'll explore advanced techniques for handling more complex evaluation scenarios and creating reusable evaluation components. So after this is the final document, and then the laboratory. Real world application and patterns. In this final section, we'll explore how to apply our evaluation techniques to real-world scenarios, focusing specifically on our email classification system. We'll see how the concepts we have learned come together in practice, and then prepare for the hands-on lab where you implement these patterns yourself, email classification implementation patterns. Let's examine how to build a complete evaluation system for our email classification tasks. We'll start with the basic and gradually more advanced. Basic classification validator. Here's our foundational implementation that handles the core classification requirements. Email classification validator as a class. Okay, so we have the init function that is always executed when this class is initiated. Okay, so we are defining the variables, the properties, valid categories, confidence threshold is the variable that by default is 7. Validate classification output, expected category, resolve self, parse output, self by try classification output, category valid, self validate category, resolve expected confidence valid, self valid confidence 1. Calculate overall score, calculate overall score, category valid, confidence valid. Return pass. Okay. Category and okay, that's a boolean or true or false depending on the evaluation. Generate reason category. Enhance multi-category handler. For email that might belong to multiple categories, we need to more sophisticated handling. Multi-category validator, another class. Okay, the init is the same. Validate multi-category. So parse output. Categories. Get categories. Result. Function result. Classification output. Primary match. Validate primary category. Okay. Check primary category match. So validate primary category. Categories 0 if category else no. If category else no. Expect the categories. That's what it returns. Is the second argument of that we are passing to the function, to the method. Validate secondary categories. If categories is more than one, then else empty array. Expect the categories. Starting for the second one. Relationship, validate categories, relationship categories, return. Building maintainable test suite. When building your test suite, organize your files in a clear structure. Evaluation, config, validator, uses, test. Prompt, test, big data, test cases. Managing test data. From data classes, import data class. From typing, import list, optional. Class test case. Email content. That's the variable definitions. Content optional list. String. Def from CSV. Create a test case from a CSV row. Test case CLS row. Return CLS email content row in email content expect category content. Class test suite manager. Email content expected category context. Test cases, load test cases, initialize validators, load test cases, list load test cases from CSV file. Test cases will open data as F test file. Test file is a second argument. Reader CSV will open as F. CSV dict reader F. For row in reader, test cases happen, test case from CSV row, return test cases. After this, we have the laboratory. Okay, code-based evaluation lab overview. Welcome to the to the code-based classification evaluation lab. In this hands-on session, we explore how to build and evaluate an automated email classification system using Amazon Bedrock models. You'll learn to create custom evaluation frameworks, compare different approaches, and make data-driven decisions to improve classification accuracy. Learning objectives. Design and implement custom code-based evaluation from LLM outputs. Design and implement custom code-based evaluation from LLM outputs. Create a structured test for comparing multiple Bedrock models. Build visualization tools for analyzing evaluation results. Develop data-driven prompts engineering strategies. Implement robust testing frameworks for classification tasks. The business context. As part of Global Mart's AI team, you are facing a critical challenge. Thousands of customer emails arrive daily, requiring quick and accurate routing to appropriate departments. Manual sorting creates bottlenecks and inconsistencies. Your mission is to develop and evaluate an AI-powered classification system that can automatically categorize and route these emails efficiently. Why this matter? Efficient email reduce response time, setting classification. We'll implement three basic prompt strategies: basic classification, detailed classification, and optimized classification. Classify this email into primary and secondary categories. Return JSON format only. Classify this example in specific formatting guidelines, including primary data. Step-by-step classification with resonant and examples. Return structured JSON with compressive categorization. Designing test cases. Our dataset contains careful crafted test scenarios. Email content varying in complexity, expected classification in JSON format, coverage of all categories combination, edge cases, and multi-category scenarios. Categories include order issues, account management, product inquiry, returns, refund, technical support. Understanding the code base, yes. Why getAssert? PromFu specifically looks for the function name getAssert in your evaluation code. This is a convention that PromFu uses to standardize how custom evaluations are implemented. The function must accept two parameters, output and context. Return a dictionary with a specific keys, pass, score, and reason. Code walkthrough. Let's examine the evaluation code in detail. Import JSON, getAssert. This is only the function getAssert. It has the documentation, the try section, this is the code block. The rest is just the error handling. So we are defining the variables, we are retrieving the expected classification that came in the context. Then we also load the output that we are receiving from the LLM as a classification, primary correct classification, primary category expected, primary category, secondary correct, the same but with classification secondary, expected secondary. If primary and secondary correct, return true, score 1. Else, if primary correct, pass through, this is a return, so there won't be any other evaluation. pass through and score 7. But if the primary is not correct, but the second does, or I don't know at this point if that's valid, that the second category can be correct, while the first one is not. Okay, key components explained, function parameters, output context, JSON, expected, classification. Primary category check, primary category, primary correct, classification. Perform an exact match comparison of the primary category. Secondary category check, set classification get secondary categories is equal to expected secondary category. Use Python to set the compare second categories regardless of order. Scoring logic. Perfect match 1. Partial match 7. And fail 0. Error handling. Expected response format. Primary category and secondary categories. Is as an dictionary. An array, at least. That's what it's expecting, isn't it? The function. It's not defined the expected output. Key components explained. I already read this. Running and analyzing evaluation, executing the evaluation, configure evaluation parameters, the prompts, implement the custom assertion function. This function is discussed in detail above. Implementing results. Analysis provide insights into accuracy across prompt strategies, model performance comparison, response time metrics, error pattern, and edge cases. Discussion point: how does prompt complexity affect accuracy versus latency? Complex prompts often provide better accuracy but increase response time. The key is finding the optimal balance for your use case. Our results show that detailed prompt improve the accuracy by 15 to 20%, but increase latency by 30 to 40%. What the strategies? That's the reason why I say that depending of the use case, maybe it's better to use machine learning traditional algorithm or models instead of use large language models because because it's a large language model. It takes more time. It also has we have to consider the cost. I think that I don't know. Maybe we have to work with a fine-tuned large language model. Maybe not a large language model, but a small language model. What strategies can we use for handling ambiguous cases? Implementing a confidence score system and using secondary categories to help manage ambiguity. Another technique that is used in machine learning is instead of having one model that we evaluate several categories or several responses, we have multiple models, each one specific for a category. So we evaluate how confident are you with the first model. When we get the results, we evaluate the same input with the second model, so we can go in cascade. If the first, for example, the first response, the confidence is very high, there is no need for us to continue with the waterfalls of several models. So that's an approach that is used in traditional machine learning models implementations. Optional practice exercise. Enhance the classification system by adding confidence score to classification, implementing priority detection, creating a specialized handling for edge cases, building a feedback loop for continuous improvement, let's get started with the hands-on portion of the lab. Go to the test maker, the second lab. Okay, I'll switch to sit down. Okay. Let's continue. Okay, to the second laboratory is here. Lessons. Launcher. Learning objective. By the end of this lab, you do concrete custom code-based evaluation challenge. Imagine you are a global customer are sending thousands of email daily. Okay, so let's import the modules. This is for data manipulation, for visualization, and for formatting. Formatting and also yeah, creating a focus evaluation, implementing multi-strategy email classification, basic, detailed, advanced. Basic. Oh, I already run this before. So yeah, you can see also because of the number that you see here is the number of the execution. So I run this first, then I run it again. So it changed to 2. This was 3, but now that I run it again, it's 7. So there is no need to run all of this again. 4, 5, 6, and this is the last one. Yeah, because this is only, well, yeah, with this we created the custom assertions file here. That is a Python. This is a meta coding. So this code writes this code. Custom assertion is this file. Import JSON from typing import git any set. So the get assert, as we were reading in the previous article or the previous section, has a specific structure. It expects output and context, and the output is always a dictionary. Also the structure, the output is always expecting a JSON file, a JSON object with pass, score, and reason. That's the output that is always expecting. Okay, we already run this to create the custom assertion. Let's examine the key components of our evaluation logic: input, flexible comparison, detailed feedback, clear error message for debugging, specific feedback for mismatches, explanation of partial credit when awarded, try yourself. From custom assertion, this file here, import get assert, and that get assert is used here. So this is a definition, text output, test context, and we are passing that information to the assert, and we should be getting the the test case 1 result in result. If we are passing order issues, primary category, order issues, let's see the result. Passed, true, 1, reason, perfect match on primary and secondary categories. Okay, because the second here, it is expecting an array. If I change to a string, pass, but partial, it's not a full pass. But if this is also a string, it passed. Okay, unexpected. But if I change this, it didn't pass because this not doesn't make sense. But if valid and the second doesn't, it fails because it has to be a valid primary category for the context. Okay, so prompt full configuration setup. Actually, I think I will take a 15-minute break, and yeah, and I'll see you. We'll continue here. There is pending. The next is the laboratory number 3 and laboratory number 4. We can see them here. 4, 5, and 6. Okay, I'll take a 15-minute break and I'll be back. Okay, let's set the timer for the work block, the work session. So yeah, we are here in the configuration of PromFu. Create a PromFu configuration, prompts, provide default test, custom. Write file, prompt. Okay. This will create a PromFu configuration file. Here. Okay, basically it's to write the file literally because it doesn't have any logic or anything like that. It's just to create the file as is. This one, prompts here. Um, increase. Basic classification, detail, and optimize. Basic, detail, optimize, prompts, providers, Titan. I have to change this. Custom assertions. This is for default tests. Dataset, test, point to yesterday's test, okay. Running your initial evaluation, single model evaluation, no progress, no cache. I run this. I have to change. PromFu evaluation, no progress bar. File change. This the hash change on this since the last time it was open outside. Do you want to overwrite? So all the tests passed for let's see. I have to share again the evaluation. All not here. So this is the model Nova Lite. Okay. Description. So I guess that the difference is the prompt. Basic, detail, optimize. So in the previous laboratory, we test several models. In this case, we are testing several prompts. And with assertion, we are evaluating if the output is the expected. And in all cases, is they pass in all scenarios. Email content, expected, prompt. Dot evaluation, prompt, completion. Well, share is not needed. What is it? The same. evaluating multiple bedrock models. Okay. Wasn't this what we did before? Prompts are the same. Providers, this is the prompt flow. Still running. Okay, so it's still running. It's not running because this is only to write a file, the prompt flow configuration. So it's not the same. Evaluating multiple models, Anthropic and Bedrock. And previously we were only evaluating one model. So this time we are evaluating two models with three prompts. Okay. Should I remove this file, prompt configuration? It's only one provider. Prompt full. It's like pending. The asterisk means that it's still working. It's not creating the file. It's not overwriting it. Providers. I guess that I can create the file myself. I don't know. If I modify this file, multimodal evaluation. And prompts 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. Providers. Um, ID label config. ID label config. Anthropic. it accepts the shortcuts to save the file and to copy, so at least we are good there. Defaulters assert, defaulters assert, Python assertions, the same. So now that we created the file in a hybrid way, manually and automatically, let's run this. But it's not working. Let me refresh the page because maybe the session was closed or something like that. To confirm you want to leave information that I leave. Hmm. So I think that there is no need to rerun the blocks, I think, because that state is safe in the kernel, in the server. Okay, this is the last one. Nova. Working. Oh no, yeah, it is working. All test pass. No need to share. I'll create a new file from code. And I will run the test again, but this case multimodal. And here in evaluations, it's only Nova. Here, Nova and Claude. The body. Yeah, I got an email. I thought that it was a mistake. An email saying that the license for this model for Anthropic in Bedrock was revoked, but I thought it was a mistake. Marketplace. Agreement. My agreement has expired. Product Cloud Hauku. Greetings for Marketplace. Review the following seller details. Anthropic. Offer created a year ago. Agreement details. You can ignore this email if you are. This is old, isn't it? No. Review the following details. Agreement has expired today. You can use this product again. You must resubscribe to the product. Learn more about how to resubscribe marketplace buyer guide. If you were using this product on pay-as-you-go term with private pricing, we will move you to a public pricing for the same product. This allows you to continue using the product after the negotiated price expires. If you have questions about the agreement or need assistance, visit AWS support. To be honest, I'm not quite sure if I have to do something or if I go because here in AWS in Bedrock, here at the bottom in configure and learn model access, they say that there is no need, but in model catalog providers Anthropic, Haiku, cross region inference, mm, Haiku 3.5, Haiku 3.5. Pricing, view pricing details. Because I have credits, AWS credits, so I should be charged on those credits. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. Bedrock Edition product offer details, offer created a year ago. Offer agreement. Maybe it's the name. Anthropic. Here. It's the same. The same. Label, config, temperature, max token. Is one. I don't know. But yeah, at the end, the output is the same. I should be seeing this same information here, but yeah, sadly there is an issue with the connecting to the high queue. Let's continue. That doesn't matter. Okay, I run this. No need to share. I get the same error here. I guess that if I go to Anthropic and I provide my API keys to connect directly to OpenAI, to Anthropic or OpenAI or any other, it should work. So the issue here is that the license or the agreement of usage of this particular model via Bedrock. So yeah, no need to share visualization analysis script. This is for pilot matlib the library to visualize the see, for the data analysis, for data science, or the visualization and analysis of script results JSON. The script below transforms raw evaluation data into actionable insights through statistical analysis. And visualization representation is like having a data analysis who can quickly show us both the big picture and the detailed performance metrics of your classification system. It will read the result file that I don't know where it is. Visualization analysis, figure, this is the matplotlib module, visualization, statistical. Okay, so this is only for us to read. This is the actual code. It's a function analyze result, and that's it. And return the data frame in Panda format. Result, a definition of a function. And here we are prompt for result. I don't have this file. Data extraction. Here, writing output to the yeah, but the file wasn't written. Or let's run this. Maybe it's there, but I cannot see it. Yeah, the file was read. Model accuracy latency 0. And the visualization here. Model prompt type and accuracy. Model prompt type latency. Lab conclusion. This in this tab. So spotlight IQ. EQ. Anthropic, serverless, popularity. Anthropic, popularity. Popularity. Cloud Opus is the most popular model. Anthropic are the. It's weird that they use this, the popularity. It's not something that we usually see here in the web, in the AWS Web Console, like popularity of services or products and stuff like that. Mm, Here, pricing usage, inference code example. Maybe I have to accept this again, or Okay. You accepted offer the has been accepted by da 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 da. So yeah, I think that I can run it again. I got an email saying that uh, it was the license was activated again, but I don't know why it was revoked here. The same. You must be provide your AWS Market subscription for this model cannot be. Better API invoke model access denied extraction. Model access is denied to an invalid payment instrument. A valid payment instrument must be provided. Your AWS Marketplace subscription for this model cannot be completed at this time. If you are recently fixed this issue, try again in 10 minutes. Mm, I have $75 in AWS credits. I understand that they require a valid credit card, but I usually what I do normally is to pay the bills as they arrive because I also set alarms, but I don't like to register my credit card. So if for some reasons there is an unexpected charge, I in control about what's happening. So yeah, I'd rather not to set my credit card on this time. So da, da, da. Yeah. uh, Automatic evaluation, no progress, output. Okay. Automatic evaluation. This command runs in the test. Your market has been affected. Renew the following details. Da, 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 offer created. It's weird. I don't understand. It's weird. Okay, let's continue. Introduction to model grade evaluations. In the evolving landscape of AI development, ensuring the quality of your language model outputs has become increasingly complex. While traditional code-based evaluations serve well for straightforward tasks, many aspects of the language model performance require a more nuanced approach. Nuanced approach. This is where model grade evaluation comes into play. Okay. Uh, the evaluation of LLM's evaluation. Imagine you are running a customer service department with cloud-based evaluation. You might check if responses contain certain keywords or follow a specific format. It's like having a checklist. Was the customer greeted? Was the solution offered? Were company policies followed? While useful, this approach misses crucial elements like tone, empathy, and appropriateness. Consider these two customer service responses. Response 1, your order has been refunded, your amount will appear in 35 business days. Response 2, I understand how frustrating it is to receive a damaged product. I've proceed your refund order. Will you see in the account within 3 to 5 business days? Please let me know if you need anything else. Both responses communicate the same basic information, but the second response shows empathy and maintains a very customer service tone. A code-based evaluation might score this identically, but a model-grade evaluation can recognize these nuances differences. Why traditional metrics aren't enough? Traditional evaluation metrics face several limitations. Binary assessment, limited context understanding, rigid criteria, missing qualitative aspects. The power of model grade evaluations. Model grade evaluation leverage the sophisticated understanding capabilities of language models to assess outputs across multiple dimensions. They can evaluate tone and style, contextual appropriateness, content quality, creative elements, real world application. Let's explore some practical applications of model grade evaluations. Content generation, evaluation criteria, readability, engagement, accuracy, target audience. A score from 1 to 5 on clarity and flow, on how compelling the content is, on factual correctness, on appropriateness of intended readers. Customer support, empathy, solution, professionalism, completeness, cost consideration. While model grade evaluation offer powerful capabilities, they come with associated costs, API costs, processing time, development overhead. The op to optimize costs, use model grade evaluation strategically for high impact assessment, combined with traditional metrics where appropriate. Cache evaluation results when possible. Choose evaluation models based on task complexity. Looking ahead, as we progress through this module, you'll learn how to design effective evaluation criteria, create robust grading rubrics, implement cost-effective evaluation strategies, analyze and act on evaluation results. You know what? I think that I can do something in the previous laboratory, for example, for the issue that we are having with the cloud model. Okay, something that I can do is use a different model, for example, OpenAI or DeepSeek, for example. Let's use DeepSeek just to here, popularity, most popular, this one. Let's go copy the model ID and I can replace here. No. Let's leave that open. Here in Haiku, here I can change the model name here. Use Anthropic, ID Bedrock. Yeah, because Haiku, Anthropic. Yeah, from here. Zero. And the label, I think I can use whatever I want. DeepSeek R1. I think I can do this. That creates a new file that has Anthropic. Actually, I'm not sure if I should believe this file browser liveness or how updated is that. So I will continue here. I will run this. So it should consider DeepSeek instead of HiQ. It's running, cache is disabled, would for time, for the time. It's running. It's taking some time. Running 60 test cases, up to 4 rules are being resolved with the HiQ. This is old. Uh, three. This one. No. Yeah, I don't know. Still running, but I'm not sure if it is working or access denied. You may not have sufficient permissions. I think that's because of the user. No, not sure. Doesn't matter. Okay. Comparing evaluation approaches. When evaluating languages model output, we have two main approaches at our disposal. Code-based evaluation and model-grade evaluation. Understanding when and how to use each approach is crucial for developing effective evaluation strategies. Let's explore these approaches in depth and learn how to choose the right tool for each situation. Understanding the two approaches. The code-based evaluation is evaluation include gradings, include order number, include timeline under word limit, and model grade evaluation returns context response. Model grade evaluation use another AI model to assess output similar of having an expert review the work. They are particularly good at empathy, clarity, completeness, professionalism. Code-based versus model grade. Code-based, nearly instantaneous execution, minimal computational resources, highly scalable for large volume, consistent performance. One-time development cost, minimal ongoing cost, scale efficiently with volume, predictable resource usage. Requires API calls for each evaluation, higher computational overhead, many phase rate limiting. Performance varies with model load. Paper evaluation, cost increase with complexity. Okay, comparing strength. code base, extract pattern matching, model grade, contextual appropriateness, making the right choice, code base, model grade, understanding the decision framework. When choosing between these approaches, consider them as complementary tools rather than competing options. Just as a carpenter might use both a tape measure and their training eye to assess a piece of furniture. Your evaluation strategy might benefit from both approaches in different contexts. Okay. Hybrid approaches. Hybrid response context basic check. This is the code base. And detail pass all model evaluation, basic check, model evaluation, model grading, basic check values, model data return, basic check, detail evaluation, model evaluation. Cost optimization strategy, caching, tiered evaluation, batch processing, strategic sampling, caching results. Look ahead. Where are we? Here. Designing effective evaluation systems. Designing effective evaluation system. When designing evaluation system for a language model, we need to create frameworks that are both comprehensive and practical. Think of it like designing a grade system for essays. We need clear criteria, consistent scoring methods, and efficient processes. Let's explore how to build such system step by step, creating clear evaluation criteria, designing dimension of quality. Let's look at how to structure evaluation criteria using customer service example. Create evaluation rubric, evaluation type, customer service, return accuracy, empathy. This is a model grade. Evaluation criteria scoring guidelines. Description, understanding, empathy, solution quality, accuracy, scoring scale, contains significant errors, empathy, no recognition of dimension of quality. Okay. Completely accurate information. Keep understanding and appropriate response. Deep understanding. Comprehensive solution address all issues. Structuring multidimensional assessment. Multidimensional. So this was dimension of quality. Multidimension. Weights. Dimensions. Primary criteria, weights, accuracy, empathy. Assessment process. Step 1. Initial scoring against criteria. Weight application. Final score calculation. Quality assurance review. Framework. Scoring method. Dimension. Primary criteria. Weights, accuracy, empathy, solution. Okay. Choosing the right evaluation model. Model selection criteria, task complexity, simple validation, Cloud, or Amazon Nova. By the way, this didn't complete, isn't it? Oh, Complex reasoning, Cloud versus detailed analysis. Cost consideration, volume of evaluation, budget constraints, performance requirement. Here is a helper function of models selection. If tax requirement get complexity, tax requirement. If tax requirement, select evaluation model. If tax requirement get complexity equals high, if tax requirement get budget high. Okay. Implementing cost optimization. Optimized plan, batching, caching, and sampling. Enable, batch size, time to live, sample rate. Performance and efficiency considerations. Optimized plan, evaluation plan. So it receives evaluation plan, but it doesn't use it. I guess that it uses I can decide when to use it, but in this case it's not being used. Create evaluation pipeline config is the same way. It's a variable that I get, but in this particular example it's not being used. Evaluation pipeline design stages: pre-processing, evaluation, post-processing, evaluation, code-based check, model grading, enable priority conditions, basic check tasks. Best practices for system design. When designing your evaluation system, follow these guidelines. Start simple and iterate. Begin with basic criteria and complexity based on needs. Regularly review and adjust. Maintain consistency. Use standardized rubrics. Document evaluation process. Train evaluators, human or model. Plan to scale, design for growth, built-in monitoring, implement feedback loops, balance completing needs, speed versus accuracy, cost versus compressiveness, automation versus oversight, monitoring and maintenance, create monitoring system, monitoring, metrics, reporting, response time, cost per evaluation, threshold, alert threshold, evaluation consistency, 90% milliseconds, dollars. Okay. Okay, I'll take a quick break, and I'll continue later. Okay, let's set the timer again. So we're spending these last maybe 3 lectures, then the last laboratory. So okay, let's go. Implementation of the prompt for now that we understand the principle. So what we'll do right now is evaluate our models using another model for empathy, for completeness, so more human like tasks. So let's first create the prompt file, or we will have our prompt file. The providers we are using, IQ is Ansonet. So I think that should I put my for example here with Claw open playground chat and you understand model access to data. Invalid payment apparent marketplace subscription. Marketplace and model deployments. Marketplace. View model catalog. IQ. This one. And now. And then. Marketplace deployments. It's weird because every time that I try to use the model, the HiQ, the Claude, I get this email from AWS. This email here. Let me share it with you. Seller Anthropic, product details, offer details, offer created. This is a year ago. Agreement details, November, agreement start. So it looks like it was accepted. But I think that what they are doing is that initially they accept my intention to use, but then they try to use my credit card to, I don't know, maybe to create, to apply a symbolic payment only to validate my credit card. And once validated, they will allow me to use the service in case that I abuse of the service, I guess so. But it's weird that this is a specific for cloud. If I use, for example, the DeepSeek text generation, opening playground deploy, 7 billions. It's not that big. Popularity. This is more popular. Parameters. Total parameters. A lot of parameters. Total param, activated param, total length. What's the still? This is a small 7 billions parameters. Let's deploy this number of instances. advanced settings. When you deploy a model endpoint, it's hosted in SageMaker. It allows you to use Bedrock capabilities with that endpoint. I don't know. Not this time. Maybe next time, but not this time. So we have our notebook. No new evaluations. Okay. So let's continue, but I don't think, at least today. Yeah, let's continue with the theory, the text. And I think this is the last block of work for today. Tomorrow I will I will work to I will try to make it work, the use of the models that are referenced in this document, in this workshop, to have the yeah, to follow the workshop as expected. So yeah, what are they doing here is that they are defining a model for the response and a second one for the evaluation, that is Sonnet. Creating evaluation prompts. Generate response. Create a customer service response prompt. You are a customer service representative for an e-commerce company. Respond to the following customer query professionally and helpfully. Customer query. Customer query. Creates an evaluation prompt for grading response. Evaluate. Return. Evaluate this customer service development based on the following criteria. Empathy. Does they acknowledge the customer feelings? Is all information correct? Professionalism. Completeness. Provide your evaluation in the following JSON format: empathy, accuracy, professionalism, completeness, explanation. Setting up test cases. Now let's create our test cases in the configuration test. Assert type LLM rubric. This is the model. Scores the response on empathy, accuracy, completeness, and professionalism. Must achieve at least 4 of 5 of the empathy and professionalism. Evaluates handling of product damage complaints. Is also rubric. I receive a damage. Customer query order. Evaluates handling of product damage complaint. Must include clean return replacement instructions. Managing evaluation costs. To optimize costs while maintaining evaluation quality, we can implement several strategies in our configuration. So we are implementing cache, and yeah, this is delay. Okay, control concurrent evaluation, max concurrency 5. Implementing, obviously these values are subject of change depending of our use cases, because if our workload is heavily used, 5 maximum concurrency could be short for the purposes. Implementing custom grading logic. This is a fixed and expected function, and this is the output that is expecting, and depending of the result, it will give this output. Scores, evaluation, blah, 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 scores, sum scores, length scores, evaluation. Okay, try evaluation. Blah, blah. So it will receive a list of several evaluations. Here, what we are doing is that we are, of the values that we are getting, he is evaluating the score, because as I understand, we won't always receive accuracy or professionalism, and we will soon those values, and if instead of 4 we are receiving 3, we'll get 3 here. That's what I understand. Yeah, it's not fixed, or yeah, or it will always return 4 because of this, the length. So this is the average. It's not the score. The average score. Monitoring and logging. Setup compressive monitoring in your configuration. Log level, debug, output, JSON, CSV, evaluation metrics, show progress through, progress handler, progress callback, compressive monitoring in your configuration. This is the prompt full configuration. Best practices for implementation, structure, organization, error handling, performance optimization, cost management. Running evaluations. To run your evaluations, use the prompt CLI. Eval, this is the configuration, and verbose and view, analyze results. The web viewer provides detailed insights into the evaluation results, looks for overall performance metrics, score distribution across criteria, pattern in success and failures, cost and efficiency metrics, common challenges and solution. Inconsistent scoring solution provide clear rubrics and examples. Use standardized evaluation prompts. High cost solution implement caching. Use tiered evaluation approaches. Slow performance solution optimize concurrency settings. Use appropriate batch size. Complex evaluation solution break down into smaller components. Use multiple specialized evaluations. In the next section, the lab will guide you through the process of building an automated evaluation system. Allow you to apply model grade evaluation. Introduction. Welcome to the learning objective. Configure model grade evaluation using prompt. Implement multi-criteria quality assessment for customer service. Design optimized prompt using blah, blah, blah. The business context. Global. Okay. Service handles thousands of interactions daily through their AI system. While basic metrics like response time and keyword matching are easy to measure, ensuring consistent high quality approach. Okay. Why this matters? Setting your environment, creating the configuration. This is for the provider. This is the response generator. And design the prompt template. Basic, detailed service prompt. Service. Uh, optimize service prompt. Okay. Uh, Prompt latest. Use prompt to run evaluations against or test cases. No progress bar, cache. Interpreting results. The evaluation assess response across 3 key dimensions. Professional tone, alternative offering, non-apologetic language. Making improvement. Try these modifications. Add specific examples of appropriate responses. Include escalation guidelines. Experiment with different tone settings and more complex test scenarios. Discuss discussion points. How does the balance between professionalism and empathy offer customer satisfaction? What role should automated evaluation play in customer service quality assurance? Further learning. Advanced prompt engineering techniques. Customer service best practices. Evaluation metrics design. Sentiment analysis in customer service. Optional practice exercise. Create additional test cases that challenge the system ability to handle emotional customers, manage complex multi-part requests, maintain consistency across different scenarios, provide appropriate escalation path, Let's get started with the hands-on portion of the lab. Go to the SageMaker instance and navigate to the lab number 3. Okay. Crafting evaluation prompts. Creating effective evaluation prompts is both an art and a science. When we ask one AI model to evaluate another output, the quality of our evaluation prompt directly impacts the reliability and usefulness of our results. Okay. Principles of evaluation prompt designs. Let's start by understanding key principles that make evaluation prompt effective. Structure and clarity. Your evaluation prompt should provide, oh, sorry, give me a second. Okay. Okay. Create a structure eval prompt. Prompt, you are an expert evaluator. Okay, this is the prompt for the model, the evaluator model. Your expert evaluator tasked with assessing the quality of AI generated content. Evaluate this content using the following criteria. For criteria as criteria item, in criteria items, criteria, loop index, detailed definition, score guide, detailed score 1, 2, 3. Provide evaluation following the format. Criteria, output, output, output. Prompt replace, output, output. Content, output, context to evaluate. Scores. Creating clear grading rubrics. A well-designed rubric is essential for consistent evaluation. Is how to create one. Create evaluation rubric. Return accuracy, clarity, and completeness. Definition and scores. Create a detailed rubric with clear scoring criteria. Score mostly clear. Examples of effective evaluation prompts. Let's look different type of evaluation prompts and their specific purposes. Basic, specialized, and optimized, isn't it? I know. Basic, quality assessment and specialized content evaluation. So quality assessment, it receives the text, and this is the prompt. Evaluate the following tests for basic quality text evaluate, score, grammar, spelling, clarity of expression, logical flow. Provide your evaluation in JSON format with scores and brief. Yeah, but it says in JSON format, but it doesn't set the the structure or the form of the JSON object. Technical content prompts. Assess the following aspect. Technical accuracy, completeness. Okay, this is the point range. For each aspect, provide a score, specific format. Common pitfall to avoid. Avoid prompt confusion. Here's how to structure prompts to prevent common issues. Create focus prompt. Content focus area. Uh, Content focus area. Enumerate for I area. Join plus join 1. Short 10. Join, okay. Important guide. Okay. Okay. Important guidelines. Provide numerical score for each area. Support each score with specific examples. Do not evaluate aspects outside of the specific area. Maintain objectivity in your assessment. Format the response with scores, example, and reasoning keys. Okay, this is more specific. Testing and refining prompts. It's crucial to test and iterate on your evaluation prompts. Here's the systematic approach. Uh, Test cases, prompt, test evaluation prompt. I don't see the prompt in the code. Test cases, in the for test cases, case prompt, run test case prompt case, test cases, result response check consistency response case expected. Consistency is consistency score, clarity score, check response clarity, response, identify issues, response case here, identify issues, this otherwise doesn't resolve, extend issues, general improvement suggestions, generate suggestion, response case, resolves, suggestion, extend suggestion. Normalize scores, results, consistency score. Best practices for prompt development. Here are key strategies for developing effective evaluation prompts. Maintain consistency. Ensure consistency across evaluation with a standardized component. Create standardized prompt. Standardized prompt. Base prompt evaluation criteria. Da, da, Standard. Base prompt evaluation criteria. So this is the a variable, standard components, scoring scale, output format, introduction, okay, this is printing or showing on a screen the value of these variables is being set here, and this is being printed on the screen, ensuring clarity. Make sure prompts clear. Make your prompt clear and unambiguous. Enhance prompt clarity. Enhance the clarity of the evaluation prompt. Original evaluation prompt. Enhance prompt with improved clarity. Clarity enhancement. Section breaks. Formatting examples. Enhance all of this. Enhance prompt clarity enhancement. Section breaks. Formatting evaluation tags. Clarity enhancement. Prompt. Okay. Section breaks. Formatting. Okay. So what it does is to return the prompt in a structured way with the section breaks, with the lines to separate the prompt with the rest of the instruction, input. Okay, so this is basically a prompt builder. Analyzing and using results. Understanding and effectively using the results from your model grade evaluation is crucial for improving your LLM applications. Understanding prompt through evaluation output. When you run an evaluation using Promptful, you receive rich feedback through both the command line and the web viewer. Let's explore how to interpret, and use this information effectively. Reading command line results, parse evaluation results file, evaluation summary, return evaluation summary, result file. parse and organize evaluation result from prompt output, evaluation summary. I don't see the usage of result file. Using, yeah, the end is returning this total test, past test, fail metrics, token usage, cost analysis. Using the web viewer, Promptful web viewer provides a powerful interface for analyzing results. How to maximize its use? Run command, Promptful view, and analysis view, or the web viewer provides several key views, detailed results, okay, evaluation ID, interpreting evaluation metrics. Uh, este, analyze model grade scores, evaluation results, analyze score, analysis, score distribution, common pattern, area for improvement, recommendation, generate recommendation, find improvement. Okay. Understanding score distribution, interpret score distribution, interpretation over average score, score range, score cluster, outliers, insight. Making data-driven decisions. Data-driven decision, generate improvement plan. Evaluation results. Create an action plan based on evaluation results. Improvement plan. Prompt adjustments. Model selections, cost optimization, priority actions, return improvement plans. Tracking progress over time. Track evaluation. Historical results. Trends. Track evaluation, historical results, score trend, cost trend, improvement rate, recommendation. Generate trend, okay. Trends, score, analyze score trends. Um, okay, best practices for next second. Analyze vulnerability report data, critical issues, analysis, and identify critical issues, analyze security implications, develop mitigation strategies. Okay. Best practices for result analysis. Based on your project knowledge and practical experience, here are the key practices for effective result analysis. Start with overall metrics. Review pass-fail rates, examine score distribution, analyze cost metrics, dive into specific cases, study high-performing examples, investigate failures, look for patterns, compare across dimensions, different prompts, different models, different test cases. Track changes over time, monitor improvement trends, track cost efficiency, document successful changes. Making results actionable. Create action plan, analysis result. Opportunity, generate issues, action plan, opportunity, analysis result, analysis result, critical issues, action plan, immediate actions, happen, issues, generate solution, it's a function, generate improvement plan, opportunity, resolve improvement opportunities, action plan, long-term strategies, analysis results, continuous improvement cycle, implement a continuous improvement process, regular evaluation schedule, set up automated evaluations, define review periods, track progress consistently, systematic analysis, use consistent metrics, document findings, share insights with team, iterative improvement, test changes incrementally, validate improvement, document successful patterns, putting theory into practice. Mm. Mm. Custom model grade evaluation. Business context, why this matter, setting up and understanding the components, prompt templates for generating summaries, test cases based on technical documentation, custom evaluation logic using model grade assessment, creating the prompt templates. In prompts, we define 3 different approaches to summarization: basic, better, best. Summarize this global marketing article. Summarize this document for customer service. You are tasked with summarizing global marketing event for customer service team. Write a short summary, keeping it reasonably concise and easy to understand with a friendly tone. The summary should focus on information needed for customer service and education and interaction and interactions. This is the document. Each prompt represents a different level of sophistication. Step setting up test cases. Our test cases come from the articles directory containing technical documentation samples. Each article serves as an input evaluation system. Implement a custom. The heart of our system is the custom model grade evaluation in custom LLM eval. It evaluates summaries on 3 key metrics: concise, accuracy, tone. How well the summary concise? Okay. Running, analyzing the evaluation. Run the evaluation using, okay, J1. Compare. Implementing result. The evaluation provides comparative performance across different prompt templates, detailed scoring, making improvement. Okay. Let's go directly to the laboratory. This is the 3rd laboratory. Okay, let's prompts Python, create a new file. This is the file. Setting up model grade evaluation. Okay, this is the basic prompt. Write the or for configuration, test creation, prompt provider, default test. Okay. This is greeting into the prompt for configuration. This file. So it's using Anthropic, and I don't have permission to use Anthropic. Like Nova is the basically it is providers, option, provider, asset, default test. Yeah, this is the reasoning model that will evaluate the response of our initial model. I will change this. I will use the original model that works for me. That is the AWS, the Amazon. I think it's here. Light. Let's use this one because I don't have permission to use Anthropic. So here I will change the here bedrock, no, this one. Okay. Okay. When step you are telling the prompt, hey, just run one test case at a time, please. No parallelization. Okay. This is a screenshot of the opportunity the first time we run this evaluation. Okay. Hello and thank you for reaching the globe map. Perfect. Second prompt. Prompt. This is rewriting the current prompt file. So if I have this is the laboratory, the first laboratory. So this file here, if I run this, it's new. It's like another prompt, this one, detail. And then here in the prompt foo, detail, assert, Ruby professional tone, blah, blah, blah. Here I need to use the light model for Titan, for Nova, North Virginia. Let's use the same model here. I don't have credits for that. Basic service detail. Okay. Now it will run this prompt. No, this is the input and this is the output for each for the basic and for the detail prompt. All pass. Okay. So let's create the optimize. What this is doing is to include this new prompt. Close this. Now we can see it here. Here we also need to take the region. The cloud, I don't need to use that, or I cannot use that. So the three prompts will be executed, this one, and this one. Only one model, this one. And this will be the evaluator. Okay. 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 Web results. Uh, show charts. No charts. And that's it. So I will stop the streaming for today. Actually, it's only pending one, so I think that I can finish. I can finish. So, introduction to RAG-based prompt evaluation. Effective communication with large language model often relies on effective prompt engineering. A crucial element of this approach is context, contextual priming, where providing relevant examples helps anchor the model's response. This contextual framework serves two important purposes. It minimizes the likelihood of hallucinations, false or made up information, and enhance the precision of the model output. White RAG retrieval augmented generation helps improve LLM's output in several key ways: enhance accuracy, improve context. RAG-based evaluation. To support RAG-based prompt evaluation will require ground-truth data with a sample size to cover all the scenarios to test. For example, in this lesson, we will focus on a use case to clarify support ticket into various categories. For this to be useful, we need to ensure that the ground truth data has sufficient samples for each of the defined categories of tickets. In the next section, we will review the high-level architecture used to set up the RAG-based evaluation using PromptFu. Okay. So, okay, architecture. In this lab, we will leverage Amazon Bedrock knowledge base that is Kendra. The knowledge base is Kendra, no? Knowledge base along with the LLMs to build RAG-based system. Amazon Bedrock knowledge base offers, well, yeah, Bedrock has as a knowledge base as well. Offer a common way to set up vector database and retrieve results via API calls. So the first step is here. Sync reference data with in the database and knowledge base in Bedrock. With this is like Elasticsearch, a vector database. Then read test data, invoke knowledge base, invoke LLM context, and generate results. Okay. For this task, we are using Aurora Postgre database as our vector database hosting Amazon Bedrock knowledge base. Okay, so I will take a quick break, a 15-minute break, and I think that, or I hope that for the last 45-minute work block, yeah, it will be over for today. So let's take a break, 15-minute break. Okay, so this is the last block. So this last laboratory is about rack systems. Basically, is to provide more context and yeah, and more updated information to the model that is doing the evaluation to the model that we are evaluating. So learning objectives, master the fundamental of prompt evaluation for production system, implement and compare rack versus non-rack classification strategies, develop expertise in using PropFu for systematic prompt testing, create comprehensive test cases for insurance support scenarios. So this is another company. It's not the e-commerce, but insurance. Analyze and improve platform prompt performance using data-driven methods. So this is the same company. Global Insurance Solution handles thousands of customer support tickets daily across multiple insurance products. Their challenge is accurately categorizing these tickets to ensure proper routing and timely solution. So it's similar to the previous case that the email routing for each department, but this case is for the tickets with 10 distinct categories ranging from billing inquiries to claim dispute. Accurate classification is crucial for customer satisfaction and operational efficiency. Okay. um, Creating a prompt template. First we implement our knowledge base retrieval in prompt Python. Retrieve default knowledge base query, connect to Bedrock, retrieve semantically similar examples, return formatted XML structure, define classification approaches, simple classify, raw classify, basic classification using predefined categories, enhanced classification using retrieval examples. The RAG approach enhanced classification by incorporating similar historical examples, providing context for better decision making. Designing test cases. Our dataset CSV contains carefully structured test cases, actual customer inquiry, correct category, expected output format. The test cases cover various scenarios: billing inquiries and disputes, policy administration, claims assistance, coverage explanations, account management, running and analyzing evaluations. Configure prompt here. Okay, so the prompts, the simple classification that does classify that doesn't use rack, and the one that use rack. Providers, we are using Anthropic. I will change it for Nova because I don't have access to Claude, to any of the Anthropic models. And config, okay, the region also will change it to North Virginia is one. And this is the model that will evaluate, isn't it? This is the model that will evaluate, or both models are being used to test the prompts. I will use the Tiny and the Pro of the Nova here. The Micro, I can use the Tiny, Micro, and Pro. Interpreting the results, accuracy differences between approaches. Para ver. Category specific performance, error patterns, impact of retrieve examples, making improvement. Try these enhancements. Okay, I like that. I like that they we are following the workshop, but they give you some next steps for us to follow in our own time. Adjust retrieval parameters, modify number and examples retrieved, experiment with search types, refine prompt structure, add category descriptions, include exam formatting, expand test cases, add edge cases, include ambiguous queries. Okay. Let's do the prompt engineering pattern in investigate advanced evaluation methods. Okay. Custom model grade evaluation with SageMaker. Model grade quality and assurance with Amazon SageMaker is the same. Uh, Professional jet friendly. Okay, this is the grade, model grade, how the model will be evaluated with the second model. It will evaluate the professionalism, the how sensitive it is, escalation of sensitive issues. I know, appropriate escalation of sensitive issues, clear explanation without technical jargon, empathic handling of customer frustration. These qualities can be measured with simple code checks, so that's why we are using model grade evaluation. By using one AI model to evaluate another, we can assess this nuances aspect of customer service. Learning objective, configure the model grade evaluation, use LLM to evaluate response quality and tone against multiple service standards, optimize customer service prompts using evaluation insights based on quality metrics, apply multi-criteria grading for complex assessment, implement automated QA for response tone and content. The challenge, global market needs to ensure our AI customer service maintains high standard across professional, helpful tone, clear response boundaries, appropriate escalation path. How large language model based evaluation works. The process works by giving the evaluator model the customer original question or AI response, global math service quality guidelines. This is the document that is attached in the rack, specific evaluation criteria. This approach lets us measure what really matters, not just what was said, but how it was said. Let's see how to implement this at Global Mart. So first, the user sends the data or the data is retrieved by the ticket service. Then in SageMaker, I guess that we get the okay, so this is the model that is giving the response directly. Then that response is evaluated by our second model and following the configuration, the prompts, and the configuration of the prompt full configuration. Bad job. So yeah, we're receiving the ticket, the information from the ticket, and prompt full will execute the prompts that are set or that are present in the prompt full configuration. Basically, that configuration says to create the inference with the topic, the information from directly to the large language model that will give us the response, and also prompt receiving that response will send that information to the evaluation model to verify that the model grade evaluation, the professionalism, how accurate it is, the empathy, and all those more human-based evaluation. Setting up model grade evaluation. So this is the test, default test asset, LLMs, Rubik, professional tone, offset appropriate alternative when declining. In this example, we'll evaluate responses of multiple criteria. Professional tone, offer appropriate alternative when declining. Workshop exercise. In this hands-on experience, you'll create prompts, configure evaluation, test with SageMaker, use Llama 3.1, model deployed on SageMaker as the response generator, compare results. The evaluation will test challenging customer service scenarios like requests to refund from other stores, asking for employee discount codes, comparing prices with competitors. Okay, so this is the Promfu workshop summary. Throughout this workshop, we have explored the critical aspects of evaluating large language model using Promfu in conjunction with Amazon Bedrock and SageMaker, or using SageMaker as a platform. Let's review the key concepts and skills we have developed. Core foundations. We began by understanding why systematic evaluation of large language models is crucial in today's AI landscape. Just as software testing ensures code quality, LLM's evaluation helps ensure reliable and consistent model outputs. We learned that Promfu provides a structured framework for this evaluation, make it, making it possible to measure and improve model performance systematically. Evolution of evaluation techniques. Our journey progressed through three main approaches to evaluation. Code-based evaluation. We started code-based evaluation, model-grade evaluation, and rate-based evaluation. Practical implementation. Throughout the workshop, what we have worked with real-world examples that demonstrate how to configure Promfu for use with Amazon Bedrock models, design comprehensive test suite that cover various use cases, implement different types of assertions for throughout evaluations, analyze and interpret evaluation results to improve prompt engineering, handle model updates, and maintain evaluation consistency, best practices, and patterns. We have established several key principles for effective LLMs evaluation. Always start with clear evaluation objective. Use a mix of evaluation approaches for comprehensive testing. Maintain version control for prompt and test cases. Regularly update and expand test suites as new edges cases are discovered. Monitor and track performance metrics over time. Tool and infrastructure. We learn to leverage various tools and features. Promfu command line interface for running evaluations, the web viewer for detailed analysis of results, integration with Amazon Bedrock and Amazon SageMaker for accessing the different model variants, version control and CI/CD integration. I think that's missing. Well, in the in the notebook there are more notebooks. I guess that evaluation for technical documentation, that's the four. The five is prompt evaluation for rack-based application. And the six, global customer service, learning, uh, mm, to be honest, I'm not sure which one. Well, following the sequence, it should be the four, but okay. But yeah, as you continue working with LLMs, remember that evaluation is an ongoing process. The techniques and patterns we cover provide a foundation, but you should regularly review and update your evaluation criteria. Stay informed about new evaluation methodologies. Adapt these practices on your specific use cases. Continue building your test suite as you encounter new scenarios. Help you to build more reliable, effective LLM application, whether you are working with customer service chatbot, content generation system, or other AI-powered solutions. Remember, the goal isn't to just to pass the test, but to create applications that consistently deliver value to your users. Keep experimenting, measuring, and iterating to achieve the best possible results. Okay. Okay. Okay, so following here the four laboratory. So Boto 3 is a Python module to interact with AWS SDK. JSON login, Boto core exception, client error. Input criteria is going to provide a prompt to summarize the complex Wikipedia article into short, easy to understand summaries. Create summaries, maintain it, and sure, okay. Or prompts. Summarize this global mark technical document. Yeah. Updating the configuration file. I'll use the models that I have access. Or Light and Pro. In North Virginia. The articles. I don't have the articles. Da, da, da. The saying evaluation, the assert. Yeah, but I don't have the articles. No. Light. Anthropic. I'm not calling Anthropic. Custom bedrock. So the evaluation is the pro. That's the one that I can use. Okay, When calling the conversation, the provide model identifier is invalid. The provide model identifier is invalid. Better for API. Let's try this. It's still running. Okay, so I should get something like this. 5. This is the last one. Nova Light, Nova Light. No, error evaluation. We're calling the converse operation. Yeah, I think that I should wait, or this is the error. Yeah, I'm getting an error. I won't share. Yeah, that's the end. Yeah, I will continue with the 5 laboratory. Knowledge base, Jarman Berry knowledge base, ID. If I go to console, knowledge base, North Virginia. Okay. The ID OUA BBB OU BBB OUA. Yeah. Okay. write file prompts. So import photo, JSON, date, protocol exception, client, global knowledge, insert your base ID here. Actually, I should put it here. Reload, reopen. Retrieve the file knowledge base. North Virginia session, region name, region name. Define. So this will override because this file doesn't look like prompts Python. This I don't know. This is append. He will write this at the end of the file. Here. Define prompts. Save. Simple classify. Also append. Prompts. Rack classify. This is the one that use rack. Appending, developing test, dataset, writing, still writing. Still in process. Billing inquiries expected contains billing inquiries. Okay. Configuration of prompt foo. Basically, those are the two prompts that will be executed. The provider, I have to change this. It says Anthropic. I will change that for the tiny. Uh, light, not tiny, light. Light and micro, those two. And in North Virginia. Wrong evaluation. I'm getting a throttling error from AWS. I have to exponentially back off and stop making requests to the API. That's a policy that they have. So this is something that I don't understand. If this was a production service, how can I overcome the throttling exception? Yeah, I guess that there is a way, but I don't know. I think that the model should auto scale for me. Well, that was the last. I got some result. High Q, inquire label. Fail. Fail. Yeah, that was the last instruction. And this is the last 5 and the 6 is with the rack service. This is the prompt or prompt full file, having the prompt that we just defined. This is the llama model. It shouldn't be any problem using this model. Let's change the region. And it's okay to use Amazon Nova Pro. Let's also change the region. And let's run the evaluation. Not found. The endpoint eval workshop llama. Eval workshop llama. So let's change that. Let's change that. 1 billion. This is small. The endpoint, the model ID. Let's use that. SageMaker Llama ID. SageMaker. I don't know if what it says SageMaker is like it's hosted in the SageMaker instead of Bedrock. Mm. Provider. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I'm a little bit tired, so yeah. I really liked this tool, the prompt foo. Let's see if it's, what are the alternatives for prompt foo alternative. Design prompt award, AI prompts optimizer. Try your AI code editor. Any good prompt management version tool out there? Top Profu alternative. Latitude. Latitude is comprehensive platform for prompt engineering, helping product teams design, test, and optimize AI prompt for large language model. It provides a suite for tools for importing, refining, and evaluating prompts using real-time data and synthetic dataset. The platform integrates with production environment that allows seamless deployment with LL Arena. Human loop, BitPay. It's hallucinating. Okay, so yeah, this this was everything for today. It was a productive day. I learned this tool. Obviously, I'm not a professional using it, but it's good to know. I actually liked it, and the fact that AWS is creating workshops or tutorials using that tool give me confidence that that tool uh, is production ready for AI prompting optimization. So, well, for today, I'm saying goodbye. See you tomorrow. And like the video if you like it. That helps me with the algorithm. Also, subscribe. And that's it. Bye.